Alright, we should be live now. Okay. Okay, here we are live on a Sunday afternoon. Alright, we're live. Yeah. Just gonna do one thing and swap my... do one thing and swap my sustain pedal over from here to the Hydra. Okay. Cool, that works. All right. Let me... Oh, let's see here. Yep, I'm live. And I just want to do a couple of things just so I can see comments and such. There we go. So, I want to say I started something yesterday in Cubase. I was still playing around with it. I still kind of am. I'm kind of torn between whether I want to keep it or not. But we'll just keep playing with it today. I've got like another week or so to try it before I have to start paying monthly on it, and I can cancel at any time if I don't like it. Yeah, so I started this piece of music, really just kind of playing around, like I said, with Cubase, and I came up with another part for it that I want to try. So we'll see how it goes. I'm not a big fan of playing piano from synth action. but the action here is far better as far as piano playing than the SP88. Like, this is just really smooth. That's really stiff compared, with the way my hands are. Like, I could try playing. I just don't feel like I have as much dynamic control here as I do over here. Especially like on the softer side of things. Here, it's hard to... There's a big jump between really, really soft and then like loud, and I'm barely putting any effort into playing it. Whereas here, Alright, so why don't I jump into Cubase now? Let's see, just like that. Or that. So if I jump into Cubase like that, I'm gonna pull up Falcon. And we're gonna play around with this velocity curve a little bit. Like that. All right. So that's all set. I kind of have it dialed in. I'm going to play you what I have right now. Actually, I'm going to completely redo this piano track. And you might hear my radiator going off every once in a while because, well, it's cold outside. It's pretty toasty in here. And that's the way I like it. All right. Cool, that works. All right, let's give this a shot. new section. So the new section is something like that. So the new section is something like that. All right. So I'm going to approach this the same way I approached writing the rest of this. Is I'm going to start with the chord progression before I touch the piano part. So something like that. We'll try this. See what happens. Okay, do I have a pre-count on this? All right. Now what I want to do, turn on automatic quantizing. So something like that. Now we'll add the bass part. There we go. All right, I want to just see something here. There we go. No, I don't want to do that. Nope. I just want to get rid of all of that junk there. All right, back up to the bass. Okay, well, let's give this a shot. So, bass track. No, come here. That's what I want. There we go. All right. And I'll try playing along with it. Goes back into the main section. So to do that, I'm going to select this and no, not Shift D. Wait a minute. Control D to duplicate it. Okay. Now. All right, now I'll play through it and see what happens. So something like that. I'm going to play around with one of those chord changes that I'm not liking. So the challenge is to go from this progression here. So I almost need another chord to go in between that. Even though it works because it's what's called a tritone. that's what I'm going to do. Go down to the... So something like that. Yeah, something like that, I think. So, come over here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Go back here. I'm going to play through it one more time. Let's go back to camera 1 for a sec. Keep going to the F because there's a lot of times where I'm already doing that. I want to go somewhere different. Oh, that could work. So go from here, and then we go like that. So a couple of diminished type chords, and that could work. So okay, let's try that. All right, I like it. So I'm just kind of going through the part that I want to play, that I want to record. I kind of go through it once, and then we'll track it. And a quick hello to everybody that's watching live. A couple of you in the chat there. Really cool to see everybody here on a Sunday afternoon, working on music, hanging out, doing whatever, because we can. All right. Okay, and I spaced on that. Let's try that again. Hello there. Okay. So a couple of the things that I played may not make sense now, but they will once I add the bass part, which I'm going to do right now. Let's try this again. Want the bass part, thank you. Okay. All right, duplicate that. Now that I know the shortcut here in Cubase. I feel like if I was doing all this in Studio One, I'd be done by now, but I don't know. All right, I do want to see something here. All right, that needs to go. There we go. Just extra stuff that I don't think I need. Okay. All right. Let's give the piano part a try. All right, let's give that piano part a try. Couple things I want to change about that. more time. It takes a few tries for me to get it. Almost there. One more time. Time. If you do a lot of playing, try to keep your hands as loose as you possibly can. Fix something real quick. I want to see where that ends. Make sure that that's right on the beat, and it is. Okay. I'm going to play through that section really quick. A couple of things. Just because I'm not quite sure where I want to go. maybe I need to go. Let's try that again. Maybe I need to go down. Let's try that. All right. Let's try one more time. Try and move on to something else. That. I'm going to fix a couple things real quick. Let's go over to my picture-in-picture so you can see what I'm doing. All right. So on the very bottom, that little thing can go away. Oh. Whoops. One more time. I had the input quantize turned on. Note to self, and note to anyone else that uses automatic quantizing when you're recording MIDI. If you want to record real time, remember to turn that off. All right. Okay. So I got to fix a couple things. That has to go up like that. And let's come back here. So there's one thing. Go back here. Nice and low. Let's go ahead and line them up really quick. There we go. Let's see if that improves that part a little better. Love that part. All right. Now I can go ahead and record second piano part. Start here. One more time. Try one more time. So I wanted to go up sooner, jump up an octave, and then I'm going to jump back down. We'll see where that is. hearing a couple other parts in this before I continue with that piano part. I think what I want to do is, might sound a bit monotonous, but I think, no, wrong one. No, I don't need that. I need to do that. But doing an improv solo over that progression again. Actually, before I do that, so you guys can see what I'm playing, go back to camera 1. Stuff like that. One of the great things about improvising is I can pretty much solo, long as I kind of know what I'm getting into. If I've got a chord chart in front of me and I can kind of look ahead and see what's coming up, then I can pretty much solo over anything. All right, so I'm hearing a couple other parts, and I want to keep this. I want to keep this within the software as much as possible. So if I go to my software, let's add, let's see, well, we'll add the Arturia Mini V3. I don't have the V4. I'm kind of reluctant to upgrade to V Collection 10 because I do like the V3. It's easy to use and it takes very, very little processing power to use it. So what I'm going to do is come over here, grab the fader. I'm only using 1% CPU power on Arturia. If you can get down to 1% CPU power with a Mini V3, surely you can get under like 40% with the Synth V. Highly doubt that they're watching this, but, you know, wishful thinking. Let's do a 1 oscillator template. All right, we're going to quickly kind of sculpt a sound. I would use a preset, but could use a preset, but I kind of know what I'm wanting to do. All right, so I'm going to turn that on. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do a counter melody during the during what I call the B section, which is this section here. During that section. So I'm gonna do this. let's try it. Right. All right, now that my radiator's decided to finally shut up. Yeah, Jack, that's the thing when you're sound designing, you kind of have to picture it like what it's going to sound like in the mix versus on its own. So that's a good point there. So it sounds really boring on its own, but I'm also going to double track it with another mini and do a couple of things to it. One of the things on the second mini is I'm going to open the filter up ever so slightly, and I'm going to detune it just ever so slightly. I'm also going to lengthen the portamento time just a little bit, so it's really going to thicken it up. But the other thing that's going to happen is this counter melody is going to get buried a little bit, so it'll be in there, but not like as present. So like right now it sounds kind of plain, but like I said, when you're doing some sound design, you kind of have to picture ahead of time what it's going to sound like in the mix. And if you can get close, then you're there, like close to what you're hearing in the bigger picture. Okay. Hello. Not what I want there. I kind of would like to have a little bit of... Maybe not for this. I'm thinking like a little bit of vibrato, but not... wait a minute. No. There we go. Maybe not for this. I'd probably do it with a CS80 kind of thing, but... And I might stack another sound up on top of this, too, but I don't know yet. One more time. We're getting there. It almost sounds like that piano jumped ahead a little bit. Wrong thing. Try again. All right. Now I want to see if I can do this. Duplicate it. Now this should work if I take this one and put it on the right side. That one goes on the left. Okay. All right. Should be that note. Yeah, roughly around 0.11, maybe less than that, but not a lot. Now the next secret sauce. All right, I like that. Now let's try this one. So they're a little out of tune from each other. So really, it's like a four oscillator synth. And now I'm going to go to my mix console, and we're going to bury them a little bit. Yeah, it does. It really thickens it up, and if you pan one of them to the left and the right, you're now playing with stereo too, instead of having everything in the center. So I like taking a couple of mono synths and panning them. I'll play you another track at some point that I'm working on where I do the same thing again with two instances of Mini V. Okay, now. All right, now I need a third one. And this third one is going to go in the middle, and we're going to use a triangle. I'm going to use a triangle. No, I'll use square waves. But this is going to be another counter melody. Just not with that sound. And this counter melody is going to go over... let me see. Yeah, I love doing those kind of... this counter melody is going to go over this second part of the A section. It's almost going to double the melody line of the piano part, but not quite. I think we'll do 2 oscillator detune. We'll probably add the third one in there too. Too much envelope. Ah, Polly is on. Okay, Polly is fine for this kind of sound. Yeah, so the vibrato, it's basically just these oscillators are more detuned than the ones on the others. And they're just beating against each other. That's what's happening with those. I want to add the third one in. Yeah, why not? Let's see here. If I go 0 semitones and go up there and control it. Oh, hang on. And then, again, this one's going to get buried too. And there's 2 sections it's going to go in. I just want to hear what it's going to sound like. like it more on the lower end. I'm going to mute the piano for now. Even though I'm on, actually, no, I'm not. We'll give it a try. All right, let me just take a look. Might have to fix a couple of things. All right, I like that. So now, come in here, trim it. Nope. Wrong key. I gotta hold Alt to do this. Change one note, and that's this note here. I'm gonna turn my grid. Where is my grid? There it is. Yeah, if I was doing this in Studio One, it'd probably be done by now. Oh, that makes all the difference in the world. Just lengthening this one note by an eighth note makes all the difference. Oh, Tom was watching over on Facebook. Pretty cool. Drag that again, third part. So this part here, yeah, in the higher range, yeah, there's a lot of like, I'd say 100 to 200 hertz. I don't like my subs if I'm mixing on speakers with a sub. I don't like my subs going above 80. So I really want to dial them in to hear the ultra low. And I'm not worrying about EQing yet. Right now, I'm just doing the composition part of it. I might do a little bit of mixing here and there, like burying some parts, panning some parts, but it's never absolute until I get to, like, say, the final mixing stage. But where I'm writing stuff, again, I'm kind of painting a picture in my head of what the mix is going to sound like kind of as I go. But as far as, the EQing over the entire thing, I don't pay attention to that until I think I'm done the composition part, and then I can start, adding on the spice. Yeah, I mean, if I'm focused on, like I said, I'm focused on the writing right now. And as I go, if there's like quick little things in the mix that I can do, like volume and like panning, um, things like that, then I'll go ahead and take care of those. I'll do a solo over that. And then, when I solo over this part, I need to come up with another, I want to come up with another transition here. What I might do, actually, this might take a little bit of rearranging, but I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to move this out of the way. When I get to here, let's just see. All right, I'm going to try something. I'm going to loop that progression a few times and do a piano solo over that before I get back into the main melody and go ahead and end the piece. One more time. Instead of going down to the G, I want to go down to an E minor. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. And then let's go 4 times around. Now we'll add the bass part. One, 2, 3, go. Right out, and then the same thing. Duplicate it. No, come here. So that'll give me enough room to solo, you know, have some fun over that progression. And then I got to figure out how I'm going to end it. So let's go back to my piano. I think I got it. Ah, there we go. All right, so I'm going to take, let's see. So this section here, yes. So this section. Oh, come on. That's odd. Or maybe instead of duplicating it, we'll do a copy and paste. All right, what gives? See, that I'm not. That I'm not liking at all. Not sure what's going on there. I'm not liking this at all. It should just copy and paste as is and not do anything weird to it. Yeah, this is one of those things where immediately Yeah, see, immediately... Immediately, that's a turn off. It should just paste normal without muting anything. So that's an immediate turn off for Cubase. So I will be, yeah, I'm going to be going back to Studio One, I think. I mean, I like Studio One, but I'm on a subscription right now. It would be nice to own it, but I can't afford to pay the $4.99 for it. And I want the pro version. I don't want any limitations like with the artist version or whatever. The thing with Cubase is it's rent to own on Splice, so you can get it for $17 a month with a 2-week trial period. And I thought, it was going to be the winner, but that feature alone, that copy and paste crap alone, just completely, basically completely killed any chance of me moving forward with Cubase. But I have a plan. I'm going to record this real quick, and then I'll show you the plan. Let me do it one more time. I need to see what I'm doing. Right there. Yes, it is. All right. So, here's my plan. I'm going to save it. I am then going to export it as a DAW project. And we're going to put it on... we're going to put it in here. And then we're going to save it. All right, so now I'm going to go back to camera 1. Now, the reason that I saved it as a DAW project is I can now open it in Studio One. So my audio might drop out. I'm not quite sure. I'm hoping it doesn't. If it does, I can always just quickly unmute the mic. Everyone that's watching live, hello again. So I'll explain what I'm doing now. I started messing around with Cubase maybe a couple of streams ago, and after today, after one copy and paste fail on Cubase's part, where I copied and pasted something in the piano roll, and the notes that I pasted were muted, and I couldn't figure out how to unmute them, right away. And the same thing with duplicating some notes in the piano roll. some of the notes duplicated, but they were muted. And that's a big no-no for me. So, what I am going to do is we're going to open up, let's see. Yes, I want to open up a DAW project. We're going to go here. And I'll share my... So I want to see how well this works from Cubase over to Studio One. Okay. Whoa. Something's off a lot. Something is really off. All right, I want to try something here. All right. That did not open the way I wanted it to. There's a lot of things to work out with the DAW project format between Studio One and Cubase. So what I'm gonna do now is I gotta all right, I gotta figure out how to do this. Okay. Input output, I don't need that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. All right, so here I am in Studio One, and nothing is aligned. It got the tempo right, it got all my plugins right, but nothing aligned up. So what I have to do now that I'm not happy about is I now have to line everything up. Now watch this. Boom. So Studio One gives me a shortcut to merge or glue events together. Cubase doesn't do that. Cubase, they make you use a you have to use a tool to do it. Wow. So even all of the yeah, I can tell you for a fact. Yeah, I might have to use MIDI files. Well, I can tell you for a fact that the DAW project format does not work correctly. They need to Presonus and I think Steinberg are collaborating on it as far as I can tell, and it doesn't work at all. Not one bit. So I basically need to re-record everything in order for that to work. So, all right. First thing we're going to do is get rid of Hallion. Um, what's weird, yeah, what's interesting is that's not even linking up with Studio One. So what I am going to do is I'm going to come in here. We're just going to grab the loop. Yeah, see, that's lining up with the click a lot better. Also going to change this color because it is ugly as sin. All right, change some of these colors around. Okay. I'm just kind of grabbing some random ones here. There we go. Done. Now, I will say what it did get right. It got the volume levels and it got the panning right, but it did not get the timing at all. Okay. So now we'll duplicate all of this. And all I got to do is just hit the D button to do that. Okay. Now if we go to Omnisphere, I'm going to just relabel these. All right. Relabeled. And then what I will do is I'm going to give it I'm going to give it 4 bars and then I'm going to come in. Turn on my pre-count. All right. There's my octave. All right, one thing I want to change. Right there. All right, now, part B. All right. Now I got to remember. Oh, hang on. Yeah, you should be able to hear it. I have different outputs set up for the DAWs, for DAW outputs. So I'm using an XR18 to feed all the audio in my live stream, and I just forgot to set it over there. So it should be working now. Yeah, shut up, Radiator. I hate you. Yeah, that's what it was. All right. Now, if I go like this. Okay. Double click, check it out. So there's one thing I gotta fix. All right. All right, so now if I do this, and if I come over here, and then I do the that solo section. Okay. And I like this. It's actually recording everything into the piano roll in real time too. I like that about Studio One. Okay, now all right, now I need this. And then I need this. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta fix something. Oh, maybe I don't. Nope. Copy. Paste. Paste. Yeah, paste, and then lengthen this out, and then we got to work on that ending. And I know what the ending is. All right. No, come here. Let's see. Split tool. There. There. Bang. And actually, no. Ah, that's why. Now let's try duplicating it. Bang. There. Now all that, the reason why these are white is because I've got them selected right now. If I deselect them, they're, they're regular normal. Beat that, Cubase. All right. And now I can... And we're actually not going to resolve... All right, so that's going to be the ending. Now, let's get a bass going. I like... let's see, I get all kinds of... Got all kinds of stuff in here. I'm ignoring the Steinberg stuff because that's getting uninstalled. I don't need it. Okay. All right, bass. I like using Trillion for that. As far as I am concerned, it's one of the best bass sounding plugins. And oh my goodness, it is huge. Probably because I have it scaled to my 4K screen, which I am not using right now. So we're going to drop it down a little bit. There we go. And I'm going to use, if I go into here, I'm going to use my electric upright. There we go. All right, that's a little hot, so I'm going to bring it down a little bit. we're going to just kind of blast through this. I need another Coke. I will be right back. There we are. All right. All good now. Here we go. I don't know why my shoe got untied. There we go. I don't know why my shoe got untied. I hate when that happens. All right. I'm going to do it one more time. All right. That looks good. I'm going to come over here, double click, and we're going to go ahead and duplicate that. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to shorten that. Now we'll duplicate it. And I'm going to take this one here. All right, we're going to take, what did I say? This one, move it over. And then take this one, move it over here. Now all I got to do is fill this all in. This note here, jump it up there. And there was one spot in here where I played. I got a bum note in here. I think it's right. Let's see if I can find it here. Thanks, guys. All right, I like it. All right, now we're going to take this beginning part, fly it over there. And I need to let's see, I gotta get rid of all this because now we're gonna end it. The pad sound is Omnisphere with a patch called Jupiter Prophet Marriage. Slightly modified, of course. Yeah, this actually is the track from yesterday that I started in Cubase. However, when I was working on the ending of this in Cubase, I wanted to copy and paste some stuff in the piano roll, and Cubase decided to act up on me and paste my copied notes, but mute them so that, they wouldn't play at all. And I couldn't find how to unmute them. Whereas here in Studio One, let me see. If I go here, I can just go over here. If I wanted to mute an event, I just Shift M and it's muted. So that's kind of how it showed up in Cubase. And I had no way to unmute them, or I couldn't find a way to unmute them at all. And it did the same thing when I duplicated some stuff too. So if I duplicate something here in Studio One, I just highlight what I want, press the D key, and it duplicates. Obviously, what I have to do is I've got to round it off to, I have to round it off at the end, but it duplicates where it's exactly as I played it. Nothing muted, nothing altered, all clean, all good. Cubase decided not to do that either. They decided to leave like the first 3 notes normal, but mute the rest of them, and that just does not fly with me. Also, their DAW project file type, which is basically a way to have compatibility between Cubase and Studio One and eventually other DAWs. No bueno right now. Not working very well. I tried it from Studio One to Cubase. I exported the other song I was working on in Studio One as a DAW project file, opened it up in Cubase. There's no sustain pedal events from the MX61 piano track. Not only that, but the external MIDI tracks show up as instrument tracks, and that's on Studio One's end because there is no MIDI track option in Studio One. It's just an instrument track, and an instrument can be either a VST or external, unlike Cubase, where you have an instrument track which is a VST instrument, or a MIDI track which goes out to your external MIDI gear. So that took forever to try to set that up, and it still wasn't quite working right. When I imported this song into Studio One as a DAW project file from Cubase, the timing of everything was completely off. Like the events, all of the clips were not lining up with the grid. The tempo was right. All my presets are right. It got all that stuff, but it did not get, lining everything up like this. So I kind of have to recreate it. So at this point, I'm going to be sticking with Studio One. I'm not moving over to Cubase. I tried it, and it's not for me. Now, granted, I haven't tried the piano track in here yet, which I'm about to do. I remember Studio One not handling real-time MIDI as well as Cubase because of the resolution in which it records. Cubase, I felt like, the piano part was a lot smoother than here, but I'm about to try that now. See how that does. We'll unmute Omnisphere, and I'm going to bury that pad a little bit. Yeah, see, that's not bad. All right. So next part I'm going to do is there's a counter melody right in the last part of this, the A part here. And it's over this part. All right, that's bugging me. I gotta fix. Let's see. And I want to drop that. Drop that. All right. All right. And just so I don't have to do this. Now watch this. Hit the D button, duplicate. Done. And we'll do that again here. Just alt clicking and moving it over. All right, now I'm going to start there. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Right there. So that's what I'm going to do there. So I'm going to input quantize, which is right up here. And the other thing that I like about this interface is it feels less cluttered. It feels like it's more streamlined. I can see everything clearly. Automatic track colors, which I like. All right. Okay. All right, and we will copy, paste there, and paste there. Now we're going to do the counter melody for the B section. All right, give that a shot. right, and do that. All right, Alt-click and Alt-click again. And I pretty much built up the arrangement that I had in Cubase pretty quickly. I'd say maybe about 25 minutes it took. All right, now we'll try this piano part. And just in case anyone's wondering, this is UVI's key suite. This is the F Grand, the Fazioli Italian Grand, and I'm just running it in Falcon right now. And UVI, if you're watching, and I know you're not, scalable interface in Falcon, please. I would like that a lot. Especially when I'm on a curved monitor in, like, 3K resolution, I think. I can do that a little bit better. Now, here's the other weird thing. And I probably ought to report this bug to Presonus. When I stop a track, especially a MIDI track, or if I go and undo something, it'll jump to another track, like, spontaneously, and I don't know why it does that. You kind of get the idea. Do one more. And if you play a lot like I do, just make sure your hands are nice and loose. Oh, what's up, Azio? Um, yeah, so just to fill you in, this was the piece that I started over on Cubase, but a couple of little things really threw me off to the point where Cubase just isn't for me. There was some copy and paste stuff that I tried to do in the piano roll that works flawlessly here, but in Cubase, when you copy and paste something, when you paste something in the piano roll, all the notes are muted. And I don't want that. I want them to just paste as they were as I copied them. That's it. Don't change anything about it. And the same thing with duplicating. It when I duplicated some stuff, it only duplicated like the first couple of notes and then the rest of the duplication was muted. Um the other thing is let me see where the other thing that really bugs me about Cubase and which is beautiful here is there's no key command where I can merge audio tracks or where I can merge clips like here. Let's say I select all of these. If I just hit the G key, automatically merges everything into one. Cubase, you have to use what is known as a glue tool, and you basically have to select what you want and then click on the glue tool and then glue it all together. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I'd rather just be able to do it from the keyboard. All right, so I want to play this back. I want to hear how the now. Remember when I said earlier, if you do anything in real-time MIDI, make sure your input quantize is turned off? Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to just try the first couple of parts. Maybe we'll move on to something else. But I just want to hear how how this handles real-time MIDI. Take a listen to that. It's not bad. I felt in this department, Cubase is just like the slightest bit smoother, and I think it has to do with the resolution in which the real-time MIDI is recorded. Yeah, it's good here. I think it's a little bit smoother in Cubase, but all right. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this. And I want to save it as, yep, it's just going to be called stream. So that's totally fine. I'll also fill you in, Azio, on, I've already talked about this earlier on the stream about how it handles the DAW project format, which is supposed to be a file format that is compatible. Eventually, it'll be compatible with multiple DAWs. But right now, I think it's a collab between PreSonus and Steinberg for Cubase and Studio One. It's not quite there. from Studio One to Cubase, when I did my other piece, and I'll go back to my normal camera as I talk about this. I'll actually bring that one up. I'll bring that piece up. Let me see here. When I brought it over to Cubase, what happened was a lot of MIDI information was missing, like mainly the sustain pedal. And the other thing is Cubase has MIDI tracks. Studio One does not. Studio One has instrument tracks, and it's either a VST instrument or an external MIDI instrument. Cubase has your instrument tracks, which is a VSTI instrument, or it has MIDI tracks, which is your external MIDI. When I did that other piece that I was working on, I think it was like last week, I threw that into Cubase as an experiment, and it basically took all the external MIDI tracks and made them instrument tracks. So I had to create MIDI tracks for all this stuff, and then I had to drag and drop a bunch of stuff over. So with that issue, I'm going to say PreSonus is the one to blame on that, simply because they don't have a separate MIDI track for external MIDI. It's just an instrument track. So you either choose an external MIDI instrument like here, or you have a VSTI instrument. Now, when I took this piece, the one I'm working on today, when I took that over from Cubase to Studio One, complete disaster. Yes, it copied all my volume settings, all my pan settings, and all the right virtual instruments. I didn't use any external MIDI gear, but all of the clips were way out of time, like everything. It got the tempo right, it got the loop from Stylus RMX right. It wasn't quite syncing up, and yeah, nothing was aligned, and it was going to be quicker for me to just recreate that track from scratch and record everything again than it was going to be for me to drag things over and edit things and all that stuff. So my my plan right now is I'm going to be sticking with Studio One. I am not moving over to Cubase. As much as I wanted to like it, there's just too many things about it that I'm not a fan of. I find the workflow in Studio One, at least to me, is a lot quicker. The graphic user interface is a lot more streamlined here in Studio One than it is over in Cubase. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of clutter. And yeah, that's pretty much all I'm gonna say. I'm sure it's a great DAW, and it has its fans, just like every DAW has their fan base and people that like it, like Ableton or Reason. I do like Reason quite a bit. I might maybe make something in that, maybe on another stream. We'll see how that goes, and I'll talk about the workflow of that. What else is there? There's Logic. I know a lot of people that like that. I know a lot of people like Bitwig. There's a million DAWs, but there's no right or wrong DAW as far as I'm concerned. The right DAW is the one that works for you, and the one that allows you to get your idea down and make music like fast. And for me, it's been Reason. It has been, I would say for the most part, Reason and Studio One are like my top two, because I can just drag and drop. And I've done the Studio One demo, as far as building up a track and things like that. If you watch some of my previous streams. it really is one of my. I really like Studio One a lot. I think PreSonus really hit the nail on the head with that one. You know what? Yeah, I was gonna talk about Reason, but you know what? Kind of feel like starting something else. Yeah, Renoise. Yeah, then you're getting into tracking and things like that. I tried that one years ago, and it was just so far away from what I've been using. I mean, yeah, Studio One. I feel like there's a lot of DAWs that borrowed from it. I know that when Cakewalk moved from Sonar 8 and 8.5 or whatever it was to Sonar X1, this was after Studio One came out, and Studio One had the idea of being able to dock your different views onto one screen. Like, for example, having your console on the bottom, your track view, and then you have on the left your inspector, and then on the right you have your browser. Like, everything was docked into one screen. I think Cakewalk took their cue for, I want to say it was called their Skylight interface, or they called it that, or something like that. I can't remember what it was. It was so long ago. But they kind of took their cue from Studio One. The other thing I like about Studio One is all the integration. Like, you can integrate your SoundCloud account if you have SoundCloud. You can integrate, let's see, what else? You can integrate TuneCore. You can also integrate Splice. Yeah, you can integrate Splice as long as you have Studio One 7. So that's new to 7. All right, you know what? We're gonna start a new one. Let's see. Yeah, we'll dive right in here. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I do like about it. Let's see. All right, let me go back over. Yeah, Melodyne is embedded. It's also embedded into. It was for a while embedded into Cakewalk. But I believe that was a while ago, and that was after Roland. That was after I think Tascam took them over, or another company took Cakewalk over. I don't. It wasn't Gibson, that's for sure. But yeah, I have Melodyne. I've got Melodyne Assistant, so it's the one step above Essential. I do like it a lot, as much as I hate pitch correction and auto tune. I find that it's the most natural sounding, and yeah, Cubase should have been this from the get go. All right, let's go. All right, so here we go. We have a I'll do a quick walkthrough. You know what? Why not? All right, so if you're new to Studio, if you've never used Studio One before, yeah, here's what we'll do. I'll close out of this. So this is what you are greeted with. You have all your recent projects over here, and I've got a ton of them. You've got your news feed over here, which I really like. Gives you things like tutorials and updates, things like that. You could set up your audio interface right down here. You have your SoundCloud integration, which I have set up right over here. Okay. And then if I can also join a collab if I wanted to do that. So if anyone else had Studio One Pro Plus, we can collaborate online. That would be something I would like to try. All right. So when you open up when you want to create a new project, we have all different kinds of projects. We have a Studio One song for recording and mixing. We have a project for mastering and releasing. And then we have a Studio One show for live performance. So they've taken 3 different types of software that you would use in the past. Like, for example, you'd use Cubase to record and mix. Then you'd go into Wavelab to do all your mastering. And then you'd have to use, if you were on PC, you'd have to use like Gig Performer or Cantabile, I think was the name of the other software. And there was one years ago called Forte, and that was for your live performance. And there was a free one 20 plus years ago called Live Professor that did the same thing. Studio One has integrated all of that into one piece of software. It's absolutely brilliant. I've actually used the show mode a couple of times. Then you can launch loops with Splice. You can do a new audio recording. So you have all these different templates here that you can use. So right now we're gonna just open up a song, and then over here you can name it. I'm gonna name this one Stream 2. Here you can set your let's see. Here you can set your location where you want to put the project. I've just got it in my D drive, which is going to be my Studio One drive. I'm going to be moving it over. I put a third M.2 drive, 1 terabyte in there, where eventually I'm going to migrate all of my Studio One stuff over to that drive. Man with beard, how are you? Good to see everybody here hanging out. So yeah, I'm going to migrate that, and you can easily set up your default folder. It took me probably about 10-15 minutes to figure out how to do that in Cubase. Actually, it took me about a day. And I'm pretty good with computers. So here you can do your sample rate, your resolution. What do you want your time base to be? I like bars. How long do you want it? Your tempo. See, I've got 68 BPM. Let's set that to a nice round number. You can set your time signature. You can set your key signature. You can do all of that here. If you want to bring in extra audio files, you can just drag them right over here, which is really, really nice. What kind of customization do you want? Like as far as your layout. And then I'm just going to hit OK, and then bam, here we are. Nice and streamlined. Okay. So, yeah, over here on the left, we have your tracks. Here's your workspace. Over here is your browser. Now, if I come down here, this took me a while to figure out. Where was my console? Where was my editor? On Cubase, it was up in the upper right hand corner, and the buttons were like microscopic, small. Not a fan of that. Let's see, over here, there's my track list, there's my inspector, my automation, all that stuff. So if I wanted to open up my my track inspector, I could do that, which is quite nice. Now over here, I can browse my instruments, effects, loops, splice, everything over here. And then I can go to the cloud like PreSonus Exchange, all that stuff. So all my instruments are here. And then here I can set up my favorites, which are like my most commonly used VSTs. That's really easy to do. If you come in here and you right click on anything, like if I right click B3, I could just click favorite, or I can hide it, or I can refresh everything. So if I click favorite, it just appears right up here. And then if I want to unfavorite, I can just click that again. Super, super easy as my radiator lets some steam out. I know, it's as angry as I was about Cubase. No, it still is. I still I like Melodyne. I'll take it over Auto-Tune any day of the week. All right, so now let's create an instrument track. There's a couple ways I can do this. I can come over here, add an instrument track. It's immediately going to go to my external MIDI gear. It's not going to point to any instruments, VST instruments. So now if I drag this down, then we can select my what controller I want to use. We can select, you know, my MIDI channel, all that stuff. All that stuff is in here. So let's say I want to control my DX7. There we go. So I engaged the aftertouch, and now my Hydra is not letting it off for some reason. Go to my DX7 really quick. All right, so for now, I'm just going to turn the aftertouch off. All right, we got a couple people watching on Facebook and checking this out. Cool. Might be a little over their heads, but I don't know. No, I'm kidding. All right, or if I want to control the karma, I can just point it over to the karma. Yes, if you've noticed, I've got two controllers hooked up. Now the thing is, I'm having issues with my 4x4 MIDI interface back here, behind me. For some reason, it'll see any MIDI in, but it's not sending it to the computer for some reason. My 8x8 interface, if I plug anything into the MIDI in, any of the 8 inputs, I get a really nasty, whiny, high-pitched ground noise that you normally get from USB audio interfaces, and it's got to be a grounding thing. Yes, it's way easier to learn. I'm actually going to walk you through it, creating something. So that's that. Now, if I use an external instrument, it will then let me choose my MIDI channel, and it'll still let me do that on say a multi-timbral instrument like Omnisphere, for example. Now, let's come over here. Let's put in, you know what? Let's use Omnisphere. It's just quick and easy. All right, so that's up. Oh, we've got updates. Updates are available. Let's see. I'll update it later. All right, here's Omnisphere. Okay. So we'll start Omnisphere up, and you know what? I'll grab Stylus RMX too. You can tell I'm a big fan of Spectrasonics. And apparently we've got updates available for that too. Okay. So now what I do need to do is I need to come over to my mixer and I need to make sure I'm on outputs 15 and 16. Those are the outputs that I have set up to feed into StreamYard. All right. That works. Okay. Let's go into XP. Let's go into Liquid Grooves and let's see what I can find in here. That one's kind of cool. I like that. Let's see what else we have. What else? Let's go back to this liquid brushes. I really like this. All right, I like that. Now, if I click on host sync, now it's all synced up to, it'll play that loop along with whatever I do here on the host. All right, so that's easy. Now let's, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to slow this down a little bit. So the only thing that's not obvious is a tap tempo. All you have to do is just click the tempo, the word tempo right down here. And you can tap it in with your mouse. Yeah, imagine what Cubase would be like if they'd have stayed with Steinberg and Steinberg actually like accepted their ideas. Well, VST focused, not so much. I just picked a couple of VST instruments. If I want to use any of this stuff, as long as it's hooked up to a MIDI interface and Studio One sees my MIDI interface, then you're good to go. Now, if you wanted to set that up, you'd go into your options and go into external devices, and I pretty much have all of my MIDI interfaces and stuff hooked up. And the nice thing is you can rename all the ports to whatever MIDI interface you're using. Like for example, my MIDI 8x8 number 3 is the Karma. So when I come over here and click down and click on Karma, it's going to play the Karma. Oh. I like that. Ooh, I like that. I think I'm going to throw that in. Now, the nice thing about Studio One is if you have a PreSonus control surface like FaderPort, like either the 1, the 8, or the 16, it works instantly. You don't have to install any drivers or anything like that. I don't have mine turned on right now. But the other thing that's really cool is, let me see here. Can I... general keyboard shortcuts. Here we go. Let's say you're coming from another DAW. Let's see. Yeah, Wave and Sportsondo. There are some plugins that support those. Like if you I know there's some sampler plugins that support that stuff. Let's say you're coming over from a different DAW. Like, let's say you were coming over from Cakewalk, Ableton Live. Studio One has some templates for your key commands. So let's say if you were coming over from Cubase, you could load all the Cubase key commands into Studio One and use those. It makes it really easy to set up any way you want. Cubase had a couple of them. I think they had Sonar, they had Pro Tools. I think they had Pro Tools, and they had Logic. They had a couple of them. They didn't have as many. There weren't as many as what's in here, but you have all the common ones. Like you have Studio One, Cubase, Logic, Pro Tools, Cakewalk, Ableton Live, and FL Studio. When you click on one of these, it'll remap all of these commands so that you can use whatever shortcuts you were used to using with your previous DAW. Yeah, I love the UI. It's very, very streamlined, and you can also change the theme if you wanted to. So you have a dark theme, you have a light theme, you've got all different kinds of themes here. So you got all that stuff. I kind of like the blue. I kind of like the blue theme. You could change it too. Like you can go red. You can go, yellow. Let's say you can make it bright like this. You can make it dark like I like it. Like that. Let's see. Can completely gray it out like this. If that's your thing. I've always liked, yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that. I've always liked this. I've always liked the soft blue. Really easy on the eyes. And then hit OK. And then if you wanted to do audio tracks, you can do all that too. All right, I want to put that in while it's in my head. If I come over here to my metronome, click on this little wrench here, well, next to it, I can turn the click on. I can also do that with the C key. And then I can choose what sound I want for my accent, what sound do I want for my beat, if I want offsets. So it'll even click, all the upbeats and stuff too. And for something like this, I like that. Helps me keep on time. And if you set up a pre-count or a pre-roll, you can set how many bars you want that. You can come over here and you can, if you want to click in your pre-count only, or if you want it in play, which is nice. And then you can also render it as an audio track. So I'm going to leave it as is. And I'm going to go ahead and record this in. And to record, it's going to pre-count 1 bar, and then I'm going to let it roll for 1 bar so that I start on bar 2. I like having an empty space on the beginning. Here we go. All right. So that's almost like my my other tune. So I'm going to change it up a little bit. Close. Let's see. I like that jump there. I'm keeping that. Oh, try that. Okay, it's a little bit fast. I'm going to go down to let's try. Nope, come here. Let's try 94. Let's try that. And I want to try it without the left hand. Just want that little bit of it. And with the Smart tool, I can just grab what I need. Right down there. If I come up here on an audio track, if I come up here and drag this corner, if it was an audio track, I could, do a fade in, a fade out, all that stuff. If I double click it, it'll go straight to my piano roll, which is right down there. And to zoom in, if I hold Control, I can zoom in vertically. If I Control Shift, I can zoom in horizontally. Now let's say I want to quantize this. And I want to quantize the whole thing. My quantize is right here. And it's nice and neatly laid out. And easy to see, so I can even quantize the velocity if I really wanted to do that. But I don't. So to do this, I'm just going to select everything. And I can set this all up and hit apply. Or if it's all set up and I'm ready to hit, I just hit the Q button. And that's going to automatically quantize everything. So nice and quick. And then we'll trim that up. And then I'm going to come over here. And we'll drag these. And we'll drag them out a little bit. And actually, I'm going to pull them back a little bit. Now, what's nice is I've got the snap turned on, but it's not snapping all the way to the grid. It'll snap when I get close to the grid line, or I can just go in real time. So that's super nice to have. And then I can just click and drag, like, here if I want to, quickly zoom in and out. And now I'll go. Try that. I'm curious. All right, let's try that. All right, stop it. There we go. All right. Okay, that was pretty close. Still got to quantize it. Done. Now I want to make those just one clip, one region. In Cubase, I had to select everything, and then I had to go to the glue tool, which I don't have here, because there's another way that Studio One does this. You had to go to the glue tool. I don't need to, but when you're working in clips, it's easier. It's easier, especially like when you start. Now the other thing I can do is I can unquantize it, but makes it easier to trim these clips down, these regions, where I like the clip to start at the beginning and not have a space in between. And that's if you do a lot of copy and pasting. But yeah, like first notes, and then if you're not really tight on your playing, everything else can get out of alignment. Now the other cool thing is the other thing too is you can adjust the strength of the quantization, so you can actually have it a little bit looser if you like, and if you go up to the start slider up here, that's where that's done. So if you wanted to get it a little bit in time but still wanted a human feel to it, you just adjust that. So like I said, it's nice to have everything, if you quantize. I also quantize drums and bass, well, a drum loop and a bass, because with this kind of music, it's got to be as tight as you can possibly get it. All right. What was I talking about? Oh, yes. Joining these clips together as one. So in Cubase, you had the glue tool. You had a whole tool just for that. And it was a process, a bit of one. You had to select what you wanted to glue, then you had to select the glue tool, and then you click on the selected clips. Here, all I have to do is press the G key. Done. You just select what you want, hit G, and then it merges everything together. You don't like it, you can just undo it. You know, nice and easy. So now, let me hear what I have. Man, that drum loop sounds so good. Thank you, Spectrasonics. All right. Bass sound. I'm going to go to my old standby, which is Trillion. And also, if I look down here, Cubase has this, a performance meter, but you have to actually have it show in the toolbar, and then you can also show it. You can also show it in an extra window. Here I'm going to go to my kind of favorite multi, the one that I used in the last piece that I was working on, which is this electric upright. And it's a little strong. As my radiator goes off again. All right, so that's done. Absolutely love Trillion. So versatile. There's a lot of stuff I can do with it. Let's try this. Now you do have an input quantize up here, and this is where you can set that up if you wanted to. You also have quantize setting up here. So if you didn't want to open up the piano roll, you could do that, and you also have a quantize button up here. All kinds of stuff. All right. Oh, that was sloppy. Let's try it again. Yeah, so I'll show you that multi. So what it is it's a doubled fretless sample, and then it's an upright, and they're blended together. So it sounds like, you know, a plugged in. So it gives me the attack of an upright, but it gives me the meat of an electric fretless. And like I said, Trillion and Spectrasonics, well, Spectrasonics have some amazing sounds and amazing samples. You can definitely tell Eric cares about what he does. Eric Persing is the guy that I'm talking about. Like, you can tell he cares about what he does. All right, so I'm going to come in here. I'm going to leave it alone. Oh, it actually looks pretty tight. Couple of spots, but all right, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to show you a couple of things with the piano roll. Double click that. And then just kind of browse through. All right. So I'm going to start right here. I need to get Keyscape. All right, so I need to line that one up. And I'm just going to come back here. And just line it up. And let's see what it sounds like. Okay, a couple things that are a little off. I want to tighten that one up. All right, so I want to show you a couple of ways to quickly change some stuff around in piano roll. Let's say you put down a bass line, but you want to change it up a little bit, like one section of it. Like this. Like, I want to hear what that sounds like an octave up. Shift up arrow. Done. All right, I like that. So you can do a lot of stuff with the arrow keys. Okay. Had to find that one out, but that was quick. Okay. So arrow keys. Left and right. We'll select and we'll basically go through your notes, kind of like if you were going through an event editor on a sequencer. All right, that radiator needs to shut up. It's one of those old steam radiators. There it goes. Thank you. Okay. So left and right scrolls you through your different notes. If you shift left and right, you can start selecting up and down. You can go up and down semitones. Shift up and down, you can jump octaves. If you alt left and right, you can change the timing. So that's really, really quick and easy. Yeah, I know Falcon's on sale. I've got the I have the Sonic Pass, which is totally fine, which basically gives me everything. Not that I use everything, but it's nice to have and nice to know that, like, when they come out with something, I can just immediately, oh, I'll try that. And I can go yay or nay, whatever. I like that. Okay. All right, now I need a I want to start working on an A part, but I don't want to mess up anything over here. Watch this. So we have a launcher. This is where you can work kind of, this is where if I wanted to drag something over here, I can. Let's see. So just like if you were gonna do that kind of thing, let's see. And then I can delete that. And then, so when I drag it over here, it mutes it. All I need to do is, if I want to unmute it, if I Shift M, it should unmute that track. No, come here. Oh, what happened now? All right, I'm gonna have to undo a couple of things. Let's see, let me look at my history. Well, I nudged a lot of stuff. Well then. That's interesting. So why now is it basically, is it an alias of that? Probably because I got this, like, you know, on. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I fixed it. All right, get rid of you. Okay, I see what's going on. So when I open these up, if I toggle this, it's going to mute that. If I toggle it back, okay, that was easy to figure out. Okay. Yeah, fake studio. No, everything here is hooked up. Or you're talking about yours, your studio? Yeah. There's a lot of comments here. I got to get Yeah, I haven't gotten anything. I haven't gotten any Black Friday things yet. Or Cyber Monday. Other than the Splice, like, Cubase trial, but that was always a thing. Oh, I know what I was going to show. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm waiting for. I'd like to get eventually another 4 terabyte M.2 to throw in here, into my computer. I'm I know what I was going to show. Not the launcher, but the scratch pad. All right. So basically, I have another project within the project. And I can make as many scratch pads as I want. So let's see. Movie Collection 10. I'm waiting till 11. I didn't really see anything there that that made me go, ooh, I need to get that. I saw like I saw the CP80V, I saw the Micro Freak, I think I saw like one other thing. And then the 2 augmented instruments. I don't use the augmented instruments. And the other thing too is they really need to work on like optimizing their CPU usage, because the new Synthex V uses a ton of CPU. Not really usable on my system, and I've got an i9 12900K. All right. Something like that. So that's what the scratch pad is for. Watch this. Okay. So basically, I just recorded something over here in this scratch pad area without messing up anything over here. So it's almost like you've got 2 projects open in one. All right, so now I want to listen to that again, a couple of spots. All right. Get rid of you. And do that. So nice quick transformation. Quantize it to get to match up with all this stuff. Now, I'm going to go ahead and lay the bass track down over here on the scratch pad. All right, try it again. Oh, one more time. Oh yeah, I'm using Trillion. Yeah, I'm using Trillion for the bases. I don't know why that thumbnail is probably an automatic thumbnail. Because I don't normally set them up. I might have to start doing that. Work on my Photoshop skills. Or lack thereof. All right. So here's my piano roll. And if you notice, while I was recording, it was showing up in the piano roll in real time, which is nice. Because I'm blind as a bat. I can't see anything. Not really. All right, here. Just because I don't have time to re-record that, I'm going to split those. Boom, boom, boom. And I've got a whole separate tool palette down here for the piano roll and the piano roll only, which is super, super nice. All right, so let's do this. Let's see. All right. Want to do something else too. Nice, quick, easy edits. I love it. Now I want to hear what I did. Right over here. Nice. So that was a quick change. I haven't done anything to the main arrangement yet. Okay, let's see how long this is. We're at 16 bars. So now I'm ready to move it into the main arrangement. So I need to drag this over. And by the way, if you want to try different, if you want to keep this, but try something different, you can add a scratch pad and never lose, the first one that you did. So scratch pad 2, I could do like something different. So let's try something like that. Let me try one more time. So a nice quick little 4-bar thing. Now we'll add the bass part. Let's see. Yeah, now we'll add the bass part. So now it's showing me both the Karma track and the Trillion track in one piano roll here. And if I want to choose what I want to view, I can do that over here. So if I wanted to, let's say if I was doing a harmony part to that, I can view what it is in the piano roll while I'm recording it, which is nice. All right. So that was Scratchpad 2, but Scratchpad 1, I still have that idea over here, which is nice. All right, now all right, so now I'm ready to start assembling what I have here. So I'm going to drag that over to bar. Let's go to 17 for now. Then I'm going to. I have two options. I can drag this over from the scratch pad like this. And that actually. That's nice because then it stays on the scratch pad. So if I change it in any way, I still have it over here, which is nice. Or if I liked it the way it is, I could copy and paste it. But I like having that. And then I can turn the scratch pad off if I don't need it anymore. And I still have that second idea that I put in. I just want to let me hear what I've got now. And I'll start putting another sound together. Nice. So I got those two parts. Take that. I like that. Now let's go back to some external instruments. Well, I'm going to add an instrument track. Now, when I add an instrument track, I can have it go to my external instruments, or I can have it go to an existing VST instrument, especially if I want to do anything multi-timbral. Very, very easy to do in Studio One. Especially if you're in something like Omnisphere. So what I will do... Oh, Wagyu just subscribed. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, I appreciate that. The thing is, no disrespect to anyone that's doing Studio One tutorials. I'm just basically... approaching it as how I would use it, like in a real world setting. And most streams that I've seen mostly deal with, beat production and things like that. Whereas I'm more of a songwriter, composer, and I want to be able to construct a song. Penguin Cafe Orchestra. So that's a bunch of penguins in a cafe. I'll have to check that out. All right, so I'm going to set up a couple of patches in Omnisphere, and I'll demonstrate how to use a multi-timbral VST in Studio One. It's super easy. I am going to grab really quickly. Let's go to. Let's go to a pad. I'll grab that Jupiter Prophet Marriage patch. Now, I could search for it here, but I know right where it is. And if you're not familiar with Omnisphere, they have a very nice patch browser. It lets you narrow down exactly what you're looking for. All right, so Jupiter Prophet Marriage is right there. And I don't know why I'm not seeing it. I gotta go up here. There it is. All right, I'm gonna tweak this a little bit. You get to see me do some sound designing in here. First thing I'm doing is I'm going to shut off all the effects with the exception of the EQ. I'm going to go to 200 and I'm going to cut it quite a bit. Thins it out a little bit, but it's still, a pretty sizable pad sound. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to shorten the release time. Probably till about maybe 1.2 seconds. We're going to do that on both the both layers. And then that gives me, it gives me a pad, but it also gives me something that I can use as like a counter melody. They just updated recently because when I started this up, it showed that updates were available. So they do still regularly update it. I'm pretty sure it's a bug fix. But not sure until I downloaded it. But I can tell you that they're still updating it. All right, now I'm going to come back to the first part here. All right. I'll take that. Now I'm going to go ahead and lay that in. All right. Okay, so there's that. Okay. So I've created another MIDI track here, an instrument track here. I can go to any of my external instruments, or I can go straight to Omnisphere. Right now, it is set to channel 1. I don't know why they have all 16. Probably because it's by default. All right. That's going to play channel 1. I need to set that to channel 2. And now I'm not hearing anything, but if I go to Omnisphere, you will see when I play, channel 2 is lighting up. And now that's ready for me to set up a patch. So I'm going to go to bells. I'm going to go to, let's see, synth, ballad. Let's just see. I just want something simple though. If I go to the D50 patch. All right. Let's see what's going on with the effects. Nothing. Interesting. Okay. So now I have two sounds coming from Omnisphere. I like working this way versus throwing another instance of Omnisphere. It just helps keep me organized. And you can do that with all 8 timbres in Omnisphere. If you've got a synth that has 16 parts, you'll be able to use all 16 parts. So let's say if you've got a very, very powerful Mac Pro, which is probably the only computer that I would say that could safely run the Yamaha Montage plugin on all 16 parts without killing the CPU. That would be the way to do it. All right. Now, if I want to mix those separately, I have 2 options. I can either mix them in Omnisphere in the multi-tab, which has my 8 parts here and my level controls here, or I can assign outputs to Omnisphere. I can take all 8 out. I've actually got 9 outputs. So I'm going to set this D50 patch to output B. And then we're going to go to the console, which is down here. And this is really easy to set up. If I come over here, I can see my instruments. And if I need to turn those on and off, let's see, right. This tab right here. So that shows me my instruments. If I click the drop-down menu here, these are all of my outputs. And all I need to do is check off which ones I plan on using. And then they show up right in the console. And then I can just, let's see. Why do I see Stylus RMX A output, and then that should just be the one channel. Rather interesting that it's showing me all of them. Okay. Yeah, so it's showing me all of my I/O, which is, which is fine. And you can hide them too if you need to. So for right now, I want to hide this one, and I want to hide this one. I don't need to see them. If I need to, I can always turn them back on over here. So that's nice to have. All right. So there's my A output. Now I need to turn on my B output, and there it is. So now the D50 patch is coming out of the B output, and the pad is coming out of the A output. Now I can mix them. I can add effects. I can send them to different buses. So all that kind of stuff. So that's really how easy it is to set up a multi-timbral instrument in Studio One. And it's all, it's all seamless. I don't have to go anywhere else to kind of set that all up. I know in Cubase you had track instruments and then you had rack instruments. And I think the difference between the two is, well, rack instruments used to be the main thing in older versions of Cubase before they introduced track instruments. And I think that was the only way that you could set up multi-timbral setups like that. Here, it's just super, super easy. Yeah, automation, I haven't really had many issues with it here, but yes, it does. Editing it gets a little bit crazy. It would be nice to be able to take an automation lane and put it down in the edit tab, down where you have the piano roll or the audio edit. That would be prime if they did that instead of having to go up to the track view. Because then if I could just do an automation clip, double click it, and then have it show up down here, that would be perfect. I think that would be the way to do it instead of having to zoom in like way, way, way up here. I don't have an issue with that. I'm okay with it. I can that's something where it is an issue, but I can tolerate it. Yeah, even on a separate monitor. Well, you can do that with this. If you see this little up arrow right here, you can detach. I can detach the quantize, or I can even detach the piano roll or the editor like this. And then I can drag it to, like, say, a second monitor. Or if I want to redock it, I could just click this down arrow here, and it'll redock back into the main window. So that's super, super nice. And if I accidentally close out of it, that's okay. It's just right down here. That's all. Which is super nice. Let's check out what the inspector looks like. There it is. Nice. So there's my timeline, there's my group, there's my layers. So I can do all different layers and things like that. I can follow chords. I can delay it a little bit. I can transpose it. I can adjust the velocity over here. There's my automation if I need to adjust that. There's my channel strip down here, which is nice. So a nice thorough so it's a nice thorough inspector, which I like. It's not, and again, it doesn't look cluttered either. It looks like everything is nice and nicely laid out. All right, so let's go ahead and let me go back to here it is. All right. So there's my main. There's my want to layer that. Nope, not like that. All right, control. All right, control, and then I can set up. What's nice is I can also set up a control tool. So any tool for. Let me see. If I right click. There we go. So there's a way that you can set up another tool, a second tool, where if you hold the control key down and you click with your mouse, then you use that secondary tool. So that's a nice touch. All right, so I want to quickly grab that, alt click and drag. Now I've got it layered. A little bit high, so I'm going to select everything and drop it down an octave. And then this is where I can have some fun with having the extra outputs. I'm going to bury it. Okay, let's have a little fun with that that D50 sound. I am going to throw in the waves. Where are you? Ah, the Abbey Road Real ADT. Throw that on there. And see what we get. Come on. And that hard left and right. Drop that direct signal down a little bit. I want to see something here. So it sounds like something's a little off. Probably this plugin. Let's remove that. I've got another way I can do that effect, the effect I want. Let's use the Doubler 2, which is an older waves effect. But for what I want to do, which is a basic, what I call a basic stereo spread. That's without it. That's with it. Okay, let me just see here. I want to see something. Yeah, the velocity is a little out of whack on this patch. So what I want to do is let's select everything. And I want to come up. I want to have everything at the same velocity. All right, nice. I want to stick that sound in there somewhere. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go. I'm gonna relabel these. Omni. Let's see. I'm gonna say pad, and I'm gonna say Omni. D50. I'm going to call that loop. I'm going to call that karma. And I'm going to call that bass. Now that's, so when you're naming your tracks and you want to name them all in a row, just hit the tab button and it'll basically cycle you through your tracks. Just from top to bottom. All right, so that works now. And then, by the way, any multi-timbral instrument, I might have said this before, but I'm on such a roll here with writing this track. You can any multi-timbral instrument like Stylus RMX, Omnisphere, other ones like the M1 from Korg, the Triton Extreme, also Contact, Falcon. If you use East West's library with Opus, Sample Tank, things like that, you can do the same thing. The only thing is the M1 from Korg, all of the outputs are grayed out, so I can't, for some reason, I can't really do the multi-timbral trick where I can have multiple outputs for one plugin. So I basically just have to mix everything that I do with the M1 inside the M1. Well, I would ask myself this, man with beard. I would say, how quickly are you going from creating a project to creating music? That would be the question I would ask. And then if, as we've got fire trucks going through here, I don't know why. Well, then again, I am near downtown South Berwick. And they won't shut up out there. I love that. So while I'm talking over them, Uncle Chrome, nice to see you here. Yeah, find out like, yeah, ask yourself this: how quickly are you making music? Because that's the ultimate goal. You want to be able to, if you're in that creative zone, it shouldn't take you, it shouldn't take you a very long time to get your idea down, even if it's just firing up a VST or creating a MIDI track or creating an audio track. It should be really, really quick. Um, no, I don't know, because the nearest hospital is in Dover, New Hampshire, which is like one town over, and the main road, which is Route 4, runs right through South Berwick, um, and actually goes all the way up to, I guess, northern Maine or wherever it goes. Um, but I would say this: if you have a piece of equipment that comes with, say, Studio One Artist, um, give it a shot, because it's not too. I don't think it's too dissimilar from what I'm using here, which is the Pro version of Studio One. Um, and really give it a try. Or what you could do is, I know a lot of people are not into subscriptions, but I would do this: sign up for a month of Studio One Plus or whatever PreSonus is calling it nowadays, and give it a try. And try it for a month. Because what you can do is you can sign up for the month, you can cancel it after a couple of days, but you'll still be able to use Studio One for the remainder of the month. Um, because I don't think they have a free trial of it. They might, but I don't think they do. Um, but yeah, yeah, Cubase is a powerful DAW. The problem with me is I'm not a fan of the interface, and then I had problems with some of the copying and pasting, and you'll see that earlier on in the stream. But yeah, computers aren't for everybody. Most people like to go, DAW-less. Of course, then again, if you go DAW-less, you might have some critters running into your house, and you might have I don't know, some guy in a ski mask, holding you hostage or something. Oh, wait, sorry, that's doorless, dawless. Um, sorry. That's my cheap joke for the night. No, dawless means you just don't use a computer. That's all. You could record the tape. You could record to a hard disk recorder. Um, so like you could get like a Tascam 24 track for not a whole lot of money, and they're as far as I know, I've not tried one, but they're pretty solid, hard disk recorders. So there's that. You don't have to just get, you don't have to use tape, although you can. You could use a MIDI sequencer to do all your MIDI stuff. There's many different ways to go without a computer. Um, but yeah, ASAF, um, I would consider maybe signing up for, again, I know a lot of people absolutely loathe and despise the subscription model, but the nice thing with Studio One is you can get it as both. Um, you can get it as a subscription, or you can buy a perpetual license, and you own the software. But if you want to try out the pro version of Studio One, which is what I'm using here, I would recommend signing up for a month of Studio One Plus, which is PreSonus, and it gives you everything. So it gives you Studio One, it gives you all the VSTs that come with it, gives you all the stock effects, it gives you some third party stuff. It also gives you the entire PreSonus loop library and sample library, so there's a ton of stuff to play with. You also get Notion, which is their notation software, if anyone's ever into that. I use that all the time for teaching piano lessons. And just sign up for a month. just a month, and you can cancel right away, and you could still use Studio One for the remainder of the month that you subscribe. It's probably the cheapest way to try out the full version of Studio One. Oh, you used the Ensoniq Paris. And if Andrew Longhurst was here, he'd probably have some stories to tell you about that. If I remember right, he was saying on one of the streams that it wasn't entirely finished, the whole Paris setup. And yeah, their stock plugins are really good. I use a lot of third-party stuff because it's what I'm used to, as far as like the workflow. Because with when I was using Cakewalk, I was using a bunch of Wave stuff and a bunch of Slate Digital stuff, and I still use those today. Um, I think one of these days on a project I don't really care too much about, I'll mix, I'll try the stock plugins myself. Hmm. But anyway, what was I doing? I was going for this pan flute. So add instrument track. I'm just gonna get it out of the way. And then we're gonna set that to the MX61. Well, no, Paris was way before VST, as far as I know, or before VST was really, really popular. I get a friend who's moving out to Colorado, who's a singer-songwriter and a very good one at that. He's played with, he did a tune with James Taylor, like live. He's had some pretty notable people play on his stuff, like his debut album. He had Abel Boyle Jr. on drums. He had Tim Pierce on guitar, so some pretty notable session guys. And as far as I know, the album was recorded with Paris. All right. All right, so I need to set this to channel 16, which is my supposed to be a pan. Sounds like a pan flute. They call it a bottle, so like blowing across the top of a bottle. So I want to see what I'm gonna come up with this. Yeah, the mixer interface is right down here, ASF. Right down here. And then I can kind of change it as I need to. Your inserts are up here, your sends are down here. You can create groups in a couple of ways. Like if you wanted to group your, if I wanted to group the loop and the bass together, and have them going out the same bus, for example, I can right click, select them and right click, add bus for selected channels, and it'll automatically route them to that bus that I just created. So it really makes mixing super, super easy and quick. Yeah, if you've got a DVD of Studio One Artist, 4 years old, you're probably going to be looking at maybe version 5. which I don't think is too far off, but it'll give you an idea of what the workflow is like in the current version of Studio One. I would really consider giving it a try. Yeah, me too. Good luck finding a complete set. And like I said, I think Andrew Longhurst said it was never finished, like completely finished. Hmm. But I would love to get his input on that. Yeah, UAD. They've got Luna, which I think is a free DAW. I tried it once. I mm, didn't really jive with it. Um, but the nice thing about PreSonus is their fader ports will work seamlessly with Studio One. You don't have to install anything. No drivers, no additional software, like nothing. Um, you basically just connect it up to your computer, and then when you start up Studio One, it should automatically recognize it. It did with my Faderport 16. Yeah, Luna got some hype for it being a free DAW in the beginning. A free DAW as long as you owned a piece of UAD hardware. It should have come with something, man with beard. If it was not that, it might have been like a light version of Ableton or something. Okay. Uh-huh. What am I doing? I know what I'm doing. Yeah, good point, Azio Head, because Cakewalk just um pulled that trigger. They used to be free, but they're a little bit of history. Gibson bought Cakewalk a while ago. I want to say the mid 2010s, and they completely killed it. They shut it down. Um, and then a company called BandLab bought the name, and they released the full version of Sonar Platinum without any of the add-ons, any of the third-party content, as Cakewalk by BandLab, and they made it a completely free DAW, and they supported it. Um, and it was free up until very recently. Now they're going to a subscription model where you have two levels of Sonar. Um, you have a beginner level and then you have a pro level, as far as I know. Um, I still have the free Cakewalk by BandLab. I'm not going to get rid of it because I still have some projects that I need to access. And it's easier to just work on them within Cakewalk versus trying to export everything to Studio One and then have to remix everything again. Yeah, Roland did right around Sonar 6 through I think up to 7 and 8. And then maybe X1 because they had their V vocal, which is basically a pitch correction thing. Yeah, give it a roll, man with beard, and then if you catch me live, like next time, let me know how you're faring with it. Maybe I can help you out with it. I'd be more than happy to. But yeah, Roland owned Cakewalk, Tascam, for a while, I think did, and then Gibson completely killed it, and now BandLab owns them. And I believe it was started. I believe the company was started in Massachusetts. And I actually cut my teeth on with recording, as far as working with computers and DAWs, I cut my teeth on Cakewalk Pro Audio 9, which is really, really early. I want to say like early 2000s. And it was on a Dell Latitude CPI Pentium 2 setup with, I don't know how much RAM, but it was a whopping 6 gigabyte hard drive with Windows 2000. Yeah. There's no substitute for just practicing and working with it. That's the big thing. But depending on how things are laid out, it should be easy to get to what you want to get to as far as different tools and different editing features and things like that. But start slow. Just start recording with it and then slowly get into, things like mixing and things like editing. Um, all right. I want to try this pan flute part. Oh, only 8 o'clock. Wow. Too high. Let's try it again. I keep wanting to go up like that. I don't know why. Try it again. Now, this is another reason why I input quantize, because it makes it easier to punch stuff in. All right, I'm going to try this again. Yeah, I would say next to Cubase, Ableton was one that I just could not wrap my head around. Like the whole clip launching thing, and then because I like working in a more linear fashion, like what I'm doing here. And I don't play out live with a DAW. Yeah, I could never wrap my head around the way Ableton worked. All right, have a good night, Kosh. All right, so let's check this out. All right, got a wrong note here. There we go. Let's try something. That. I'm not liking that either. Yeah, really. Yeah, I again, it's one of those things where, with Ableton that if you were going to do that, like, launch clips and then record that, you have to have a controller to do that. It's impossible to do, with a keyboard and mouse. You've got to have a controller. And I didn't really see any back when I first heard of Ableton, and I first heard of it in like maybe 2004, 2005, as my stupid old steam radiator is going off. That's why I've got some hissing like that. It kind of make like a CR70 snare sound. Yeah, somebody sample that. I suppose this was like back when the pad control came out, and the micro control, that stuff came with like a light version of Ableton. And this is like live light version like 5 or 6 or something like that. But yeah, even then, I couldn't quite figure it out. Yeah, but the only other DAW that I'm kind of familiar with, and I've used it a little, is FL Studio. If you want a real whacked out way of working, especially with audio tracks, yeah, FL Studio, that's one where it's based around a sequencer, and it's based around what's called a playlist. So you would basically create your patterns and then drop them in a playlist, and then alongside those patterns, you can still have like linear MIDI tracks. The thing was, I could never figure out how to record audio into it. And I could also never figure out the mixer. That took a little bit. I could kind of figure it out, but it wasn't quite the way I wanted to work. And then, like I said, I also like Reason. I like Reason quite a bit. There's just some things in Studio One that's easier to do in Studio One, mixing wise, than Reason. And the other thing is Reason still does not support multi-timbral VSTs like Omnisphere, like I showed you here. If you can basically only use the first part, you could still create layers and multis if you go into the live mode or the stack mode in Omnisphere, but you're still only limited to the first MIDI input. That's it. You can do external MIDI through Reason, but like I said, I've got to be able to use. I want to be able to use multi-timbral instruments and use one instance and use multiple channels within the one instance. That's just how I like to work. Anyway, let's see what else I can come up with for this arrangement. I think I'm going to work on this maybe for another 20 minutes or so. See what I have right now. Still want to do a melody synth. Okay. So that could be like an interlude. Let me go to my scratch pad. And let's create another one. Nice thing is I can rename these too. So that's going to be my part A. Scratchpad 2. I'm going to call that part C. And then I'm going to add a scratch pad. Oh, good night, Asio. Great to see you popping in here. Great to see everybody in here. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Asio. I like that. All right. This is going to be the intro. Yeah, it is. But the other thing too is I don't want to get too overwhelmed by it. Like I said, if I want to try a different DAW, I want to be able to make music quick and not spend like the first 45 minutes figuring out the DAW. Because especially like if I've got an idea in mind and I want to get it down and I want to get it down quick, that's the most important thing is, if I try a new DAW, that's the number one question that I want to ask myself when I'm trying a new DAW. How quickly can I start making music? All right, let's try this. Oh, let's try this if I can play it. Gosh. Here we go. Well, that's the other thing too, is That's the other thing with the scratch pad is you can loop, is it'll automatically create an 8-bar loop. So if you're working on ideas, you can basically just have it loop over, over and over, and you basically can, start building up on this idea, or, internalize it too. And then hopefully it turns into something, that you want to use. I really like having this feature. I really like having the scratch pad feature. And I don't know of any other DAW that has this. Is this a looping clip? Let's check that out. That should not be a looping clip. All right, there we go. All right, we're going to go out 2 more bars. And then that's going to be the intro. In some cases, yes. Comping is a little bit different. In that in most DAWs, you can create a new layer or a new take, depending on what the DAW calls it, and you can compile different sections of these different layers, which is basically where comping is. You basically are compiling these different parts down to one take. It's a little bit different than this, than the scratch pad. The scratch pad basically gives you another, basically gives you a second arrangement view. You have the main arrangement view on the left, and then you have your scratch pad arranger on the right. And I can quickly choose between the two, depending on what I want to work on. And I can basically multi-track in the scratch pad like I would in the main arrangement. So it's a little bit different than doing any comping. Yeah, I haven't used VCV in a while too. That's good if you have an interest in modular synthesizers. I know one guy that absolutely has no interest whatsoever, but you know what? I don't care. I like it. I like it just as much. I like it just as much as I love my DX7. So there, I've said it. But anyway, so yeah, having this scratch pad, really having these two work areas side by side like this, I don't know of any other DAW that does anything like this. We have your main arrangement over here, and then you have the scratch pad idea over here. Those two need to come up. There. Okay, I like that. Now let's add a base part, and basically I'm going to come in. Yeah, see what I did there? I'm going to add a base part, and basically going to come in right at measure 5 on the scratch pad. Yeah, and I'm not catching anything yet. Maybe I'm using the wrong bait. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. All right. Go back to my instruments. There we go. Okay. Now I do want to take this second part and have it follow. Yeah, Uncle Chrome, I really like it because you can work on something without disrupting what you already have in the main arrangement. Super, super useful. Yeah, that I like. I just got to play it a little bit smoother than that. There we go. Stop it. Yeah, being able to have whoa, come here. Why is that way up there? There we go. There it is. Let's get that all the way out there. You know, ambient would be like, I don't know, 10,000 bars. And somebody would be really drunk. No, I'm kidding. I did not make that joke. Yes, Asaph. Yes, that's all I'm going to say. Yes. And he's not here, so we can say that. Okay. All right, so. Okay, I like it. So that's 10 measures. So I'm going to come back over it. I'm going to turn this off for now. Turn off the edit for now so I can see what I'm doing here. Select everything, and we're going to go over to bar 11. And then I'm going to come back to my scratch pad. Take these two clips. I'll take everything out of here and just drag it over. Bang. And then it stays over here so that if you change anything over here and you don't like it, you still have your original part over here. So now we're in the A part, nice and smooth. Okay, now so Scratchpad 3 is now my intro. I'm going to name that. Now, if I want, now I basically need a oops. Need a little bit of a break between, like an instrumental break between going back into part A. So I'm actually just going to call that interlude 1. And I want to base it off of something like that, something to get back into the A part. Ambient jam. I like my ambient jam with peanut butter. Oh! Yeah, the guitar sample is the Karma. It's actually probably my favorite sound on that keyboard. And it's a stock patch called My Baby's Asleep. It's actually on the Triton as well. I just added a bunch of stuff to it. I added a chorus effect. I added a harp to it. And I added a bigger pad sound to it. And I love that low end where you can just kind of hear some breathing going on. That's it. Close. I want to hear that intro though again because I got a couple of things mixed up there. Yeah, not quite the LA piano. If you're thinking piano 3 on the MKS20/RD1000, I could kind of see that. Okay, so first time around it goes up, second time around it goes down. Here we go. Perfect. Yeah, LA piano in oh yeah, the SRJV. Yeah, the SRJV series of boards, which I know Roland isn't watching this, so I'll just say this. Give me a JV80 in Roland Cloud with all of the SRJV80 patches. You've done it with the SRXs. Give me a JV80 with all the SRJV80s boards, and then I will probably reconsider joining Roland Cloud again. All right, thank you. You probably didn't hear this, but thank you anyway. Okay, so that's got a bar of 2, and I'll show you how to do time signatures in a minute. As soon as I throw the bass part in here. Yeah, I had a JV80 in 2013, 2014. Unfortunately, it succumbed to the red glue issue that we all know and love so much. And I say that with the utmost sarcasm, like ever. But I love the way it sounded, but more so, I loved the strings on it. Like, it had a really good string sound that I used quite a bit. All right, let's see. Bass sound. All right. All right, I need to go up. I'm gonna groove with this one. So something like that. All right, something is, let's see here. Something over here, not quite gelling. I think what I gotta watch out for with this is any notes overlapping. Because then it kind of sounds like I'm playing a wrong note. And then I also want to watch for velocity. There we go. Yeah, if I had the money, I'd go for an Integra, the Integra 7. I'm pretty sure that's got, like, everything you'd probably ever want, but I don't know, there's still something about the JV80. Mr. Jordan, hi. Yeah, the XP30, still going for a little bit of money now. Because it's like a compact yet powerful synth. I actually had an XP50 for, I don't know, about a couple weeks. If anything, it really needed a recap, which I tried, like on the audio board, because the audio was so quiet, and I tried it and failed miserably. Oh. All right. So let's hear this. All right. All right, try that. All right, let's go ahead and clean that up. Come on. All right. Velocity. Let's go up to 100. There we go. All right. So now we'll take this and we'll drag it in. I'm going to trim that, trim this. And then we'll turn the scratch pad off, turn the editor off, and then I'll talk about time signatures and how you do that in Studio One. It's super easy. So you see the phrase stops here right in the middle of measure 39. I want to put in a 2/4 measure here at bar 38. So to do that, see this little menu here, we're going to click that, and these are my different These are my global tracks. So things like your markers, you have a chord track, which is really cool. You can basically drop in a file, an audio file, and there's a chord detector in here. And you can basically detect chords. Like, let's say you're learning a song and you don't want to spend the time charting it out. You can drop a file, like an MP3 or a WAV file, in here, and it'll go through and it'll detect the chords for you. Just make sure that you've got like your BPM set up, as best you can. The chords aren't really accurate, but they're close, so you get kind of an idea. You also have an arranger track. That I haven't messed with. I do want to try that at some point. We have a lyric track. We have a video track. So you can do very, very basic video stuff in here. And we also have a tempo track. So you can do tempo automations too. So you could speed things up, slow things down. But we want the signature track. And that's this. Now to add a signature in here, we're going to go to bar 38. That's where I want it. And I'm just going to click the plus button. And we're going to insert a time signature. And we're going to go with a 2/4. And it's going to insert it. And now I want to go to measure 39, which is here, because now everything after that 2/4, everything after that time signature is now a 2/4. I need it to go back to 4. So just simply add another time signature. 4/4. Done. So now everything should be lined up and all set to go. Now that I have that, I'm going to go ahead and grab the... I'm going to go ahead and grab the A part and the B part, which is here. We're going to alt-click and come over and drop it in. Now let's take a listen to that arrangement. So here, I think I want to add in the part C, which is this. Maybe later. I think I want to expand that into something else. Let's come over here. Come here. Come here. All right, click on the ruler. Now let's hear what we have so far. Okay, and then we go into... use the quadrisynths. Digging this track. Man, I really like this. So this might be the sequel to I put an album out a couple of years ago called A Walk in the Light, and it's an all-instrumental album. I feel like the couple of things that I've been working on might be the sequel to that. But I got another album I'm working on that I want to get out next year. So I don't know. We might get a 2 for next year. All right. You know what I want to try is we'll try that chord track. All right. If I click the follow button and hit the play button. Got to play through the whole thing, and when I stop it at the end, it should work. So right now, if you're just tuning in, we're checking out the chord track on Studio One. So I've got a synth brass I'm going to use that I'm going to pull from the Quadrisynth Plus. And then I've got a flute sound I want to pull from the original Quadrisynth. And we'll do a drum track too. Three and 808. Maybe not for this one. I don't think it's going to detect that little riff going into part A. Yes, there is. I got plenty of them in the SE1X. And then I've got some other gear that I haven't brought up here yet. I've got a Behringer Model D, an Odyssey, and a 2600. Just no place to put them yet. I love this part. So let's see. Okay, it didn't follow it for some reason. All right, so for some strange reason, it didn't follow my chords. So now I'm curious. Yeah, I love a good pan flute sound. Um, Depending on how you play it, it's really, really versatile. One second. Okay. So I want to see something here. Um, okay, we have musical functions here. Well, what I want to do, I extract it to the chord track. Ah, that's how it's done. All right. Watch this. We're going to select everything. And we're going to select extract to chord track. There we go. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of both, by the way. I'm a big Peter Gabriel fan and an even bigger Toto fan. All right, so check this out. So I figured it out to extract the chords. I'll do it again. We're going to clear the chord track. I'm going to select. What you want to do is you want to select your main, the part that plays your chords. So it could be a pad, or it could be your, it could be in this case the guitar patch from the Karma. That's like the basis of the entire track. I'm going to right click, and I have my most recent items here. This is really useful. So your most frequently used functions, as far as, you know, your editing and whatever you want to do, will appear here, or the most recent ones. So if you are somebody that uses the merge events, which is right here, or if you use, edit with Melodyne, whatever, that'll all appear here. So if we go to, let's see, instrument parts, no, event. Let's see, is it an event? All right, musical functions. I know it's in my recents, but I want to show you where it is in your main. Here it is. So if you go to instrument parts, and if you go to extract a chord track, it's located right here. And now it's taken that MIDI track and it's extracted and detected all the chords based on the notes that I've played. I'm going to then click this little button here that's going to give me my chord display. And now we're going to play it through and watch the chord display. So on the left is the current chord. On the right is the next chord up. It's even doing like slash chords too. Like inverted chords. Yeah, I love that album, ASAP. It's one of my favorite Gabriel albums. And it's not catching everything, too. Fun watching all that. So that is the chord track. It's quite useful if you want to either learn a song or if you want to just see what's going on with your chord progression. It's super super cool. Clear the chord track. That's fine. All right. Now, let's put the quadrisynths to work. And if you're wondering what the quadrisynths are, I will explain in a minute. So I want 2 instrument tracks. One of them is going to be the QS Plus. The other one is simply just going to be the QS. All right. Yeah, that too. All right, so QS Plus and then QS. All right. What is the quadrisynth? Well, number one, it's a very underrated instrument. Well, start with that. But what is the quadrisynth? In 1993, a little brand called Alesis, who's now famous for doing electronic drum kits more than anything else. They've got some portable keyboards now, but it's a completely different company than what it was originally. Have a good night, Uncle Chrome. Thank you for checking this out and tuning in and sticking around. So Alesis was a different company than it is now. 1993, they released their first synthesizer called the Quadrisynth. Before that, they have had they've done the MR16 drum machine. They have done the MMT8 8-track sequencer. They've also done the Quadraverb. They also have done the ADAT recording system, which was used famously for Alanis Morissette's Jagged Little Pill album. That was all done in ADAT. But in 93, they came out with their first synthesizer called the Quadrasynth. And it's a 64 voice, what they call a 64 voice multi-timbral master keyboard. It is 8 megabytes of wave ROM, expandable via PCM-CIA cards, also called the Quadra cards. It also includes ADAT on it, so 4 channels of ADAT. And it has a very big sound. They've done the presets in the original Quadrasynth vary from your basic bread and butter pianos, organs, strings, brass, woodwinds, but where the Quadrasynth really shines are the pad sounds. I'll give you an example right now. Hey, how you doing? All right. Let's do a pad sound real quick. Now, it's only fair to warn you that for a sample playback synth with a non-resonant 6 dB low-pass filter in 93, this is a very big sound. Yeah, I said it. It's a very big sound. That is one of the reasons that I consider the Quadrasynth and the follow-up, the Quadrasynth Plus, to be a very underrated instrument. It went under the radar because in 93 you had Roland Korg and Yamaha kind of at the top of the food chain. And like I said, the Quadrasynth kind of flew under. In 95, they released an updated version called the Quadrasynth Plus Piano. And actually, I take that back. The original Quadrasynth had 16 megs of wave ROM. The Quadrasynth Plus Piano adds another 8 megs, a new piano sound, and also more presets than the original Quadrasynth. So... Yeah, I love vintage sample playback instruments. I really do. Like I said, I got one right up here. The Karma. I don't know, 20 years old. I'd call it vintage. Yeah, I had an SY-77. Unfortunately, I could never fix the key bed on it. Like the keys stuck a lot, and it was because the key bed frame was bent. It sounded great, but I want to get a 99 if I can get one. Because it's got an updated effects and it's got more presets in it, as far as I know. All right, so... we'll add it in. So when I bounce that over to audio, I'm going to fade that out. Yeah, 77 has a grit to it that's nice. Okay, that part's done. All right, we'll add it here. I can do that better. Hang on. That's the MX61 pan flute. Done. All right, now let's go to the flute sound. And let's put the melody in. Play it through. Wheel doing. US? Wait a minute. Use that. That's actually a sound that I custom did. I custom made on the original Quadrasynth. I think it was like right after I got it too. I really like it. Thing with this sound is if you use the mod wheel, you've got to be very gentle with it. And actually, if you are ever interested in trying to find a Quadrasynth, they have the keyboard version. They also have a rack mount version called the S4. You can probably get one for less than $200. They are so incredibly inexpensive. I want to say I spent $400 on the original Quadrasynth, and I spent $300 on the Quadrasynth Plus. So I got really good deals on these. I'm going to... I'm going to punch in right there. Yeah, I agree. I had a 6.2 as well, which was a follow-up to that. Honestly, it was a little bit of a downgrade as far as I'm concerned, because they went from 2 cue card slots down to 1, and I think they got rid of the ADAT as well. So for people that used an ADAT system, that wasn't too welcoming. But they did change the layout of the buttons on either side of the screen. They made them a little bit more ergonomic, which was nice. But yeah, that had a very nice keypad. And actually, both of these do as well. Both of these quadrisynths have really nice keypads. They did. I was chatting on one of the other on another channel on here with somebody, um, Manny Fernandez, who's a very, very talented synth programmer. Very, I would say his field as far as programming synths is FM synthesis. You have any questions about FM, he's like your guy. But he did some sounds on the original Quadrisynth, as far as I know, and I think he did some on the QS Plus, but do not quote me on that. This sound here. That's one that I programmed when I first got my Quadrisynth, just to see if I could program something from scratch. All right, so I'm going to take this melody part, and we're going to bring it over. I think it goes right there. Let's see if it's lined up. Come here. Oh yeah, nice. All right, now I want to fix one note on the Karma track. Let's see where it is. I want to move. That one. Actually, that one. Move it up there. See what happens. Like it. Get rid of that. I'm going to take the edited one, move it over. talk about the Triton in a second. I'm just going to fix some things. So, I had a Triton Extreme 88. No, not an 88, a 77, excuse me. Hey, good night, Asaph. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. So here's the thing with the Triton. And this applies to the Karma too, because the Karma is essentially at its core a Triton. It just doesn't have the arpeggiators. Instead, it has the original Karma engine. But I've always found the Triton compared to the Trinity, and I had a Trinity Pro X for a little while. I've always found the Triton to be a little bit on the thin side. It was bright, but not a lot of mid-range. And the reason for that is if you go into the master EQ on any of the factory programs, if you go into the MFX tab, if you've got a Triton LE or or an original Triton or any of them, you'll find a 3-band master EQ. They all had the lows boosted quite a bit and the highs boosted quite a bit and the mids cut. They basically did a smiley face EQ on nearly everything. And I've had some difficulty with recording with a Triton because of that, because it didn't have, the warmth that I wanted. It was always really bright, brittle, and a little thin. So the way that you combat that, if you want to get a bigger sound out of a Triton, if you've got a Triton, is take that master EQ and reverse it. Cut the lows, cut the highs, and boost the mids. But don't boost any more than 3 or 4 dB. A little goes a long way, especially with any kind of EQ. If you find that you have to EQ a lot to get your sound, you might want to check the original source of the sound to make sure it was recorded, properly. And not even just the master, some of their insert effects, they might patch in the stereo 7-band EQ, and they might do the same thing with that. Like they might even boost a lot of stuff, but they don't really cut anything. I'm a fan of cutting more than I am of boosting, to be honest with you. I've always found that if you boost and don't cut anything, if you're trying to fix something, if you've got a problem area and you're boosting around it, that problem area is going to stick out even more. I like to use what is known as a search and destroy method. And that is, I'll demonstrate it with the, let me see if I've got a, I don't really have a whole lot I can do it with. I'll demonstrate it with Trillion. I'm not going to keep it. I'm not going to keep the EQ on it, but I'll show you what I mean by search and destroy. I'm going to grab an EQ, and I'm going to use the Infinity EQ from Slate Digital. And it wants me to update iLog Cloud. Shut up. Yeah, and velocity EQ, controlled EQ too. All right, so here's the Infinity EQ. I love this. Double click the EQ area to enter infinity. Funny. There we go. All right. Yeah, only one is a peak. Now I'll show you what I mean by search and destroy. Oh, there we go. So to search and destroy means you're basically going to take some frequencies that are a bit offensive in a way, that might be some problem areas if they're sticking out more than you think they should. What we're going to do is we're going to boost, we're going to narrow that right down, narrow that Q right down. And I want to boost until I hear that cue. You're going to sweep back and forth until you find a really bad, if you find that bad frequency that's annoying you. And I think for the sake of the demo, I'm just going to say that I don't like this one. I am then going to take it and we're going to cut it. Preferably 3 dB, but try not to go any more than 6. Unless it's really, really bad. Yeah, the Trinity had a cleaner sound. It was a bit more warm. The other thing too is I think they might have recycled some of the samples that they put in the Trinity in the Triton, because I noticed a lot of the guitar patches sound very, very similar. And maybe some of the drum samples too. And I'm a big fan of a clean. I like a clean sound, but that's just me. You know, everybody has a different set of ears. But yeah, in a nutshell, that's how you would do a search and destroy EQ. And then you repeat the process. If you've got another frequency that you think that's bothering you, you would do the same thing. Boost, narrow that Q right down, that bandwidth. Sweep back and forth until you think you found that problem area, and then duck that right down. Just like that. And then, you know, rinse and repeat. If you have to do it a lot, then I would try a different preset and see if it's less problematic. I remember having to do a piano track with I did a piano track once with a Korg SP500 piano, which I think had the Triton engine in it. And I remember the engineer doing that search and destroy, and she probably destroyed like maybe 7 or 8 different frequencies of that piano sound. And that's when the two of us were like, yeah, we need a different piano sound. Because if you're having to do that much EQ to fix that sound, it probably wasn't recorded right. I have checked that one out. Doesn't quite do what I want it to do. I'm more of a surgical. It does smooth things out a little bit. And I mean, it's useful for some things, but I don't know. I've just always been an EQ guy, like as far as fixing things go. Once you've done the cuts though with the EQ, then once you've cut everything that you think you need to cut, then I would say it's okay to boost. You always want to cut before you boost. Get rid of the bad stuff, as much of it as you can, within reason. Again, if you have to do too much cutting, then whatever you've recorded probably wasn't recorded right. And like I said, I would try a different preset and get the best possible sound that you can before you even touch an EQ. Because the less problems that you have, the less stuff you have to fix in the mix, usually the cleaner it's going to be, and the easier the mix process is going to be. But once you've done all the cutting, then I would say it's okay to boost. Like, let's say if you've got a bass that you need maybe a little bit more bottom and a little bit more sub, then maybe a gentle boost right in the 30 to 50 hertz range, or wherever you think that boost might need to happen, for example. But try not to go any more than 6 dB. Try to stay around 3 if you can. It's all, like I said, it's always better to go a little at a time. A little goes an absolute long way when it comes to EQ. Anyway, let's see where I'm at with this. It's already 9:30. It's getting late here. I might go until and again, more sirens. Once again, I'm next to a main road. Blah. Hate it. Yeah, I agree with that. Depends on the sound you're looking for, and it all depends on the music, too. Oh, I love that pad. I love that pad sound, that melody sound so good. It just fits so well with this track. And then we've got it layered with 2 other synths. This part needs some chords. Oh yeah. I'm going to add another synth here. Oh, want to add an octave to this part, preferably a recorder. I'm going to do that with the MX61. Now you're probably thinking, wait, the MX61's already doing the pan flute. Well, the nice thing about the MX61 is it is a 16-part multi-timbral synth. So I can grab another part. All right, we're going to add an instrument track. We're going to go to the MX61, and we're going to select, I'm going to go to channel 15. Just not that sound. And then with, I've got a button over here on the right that's part select. And let me go to camera, let me go to my main cam. There we go. So I've got a button over here. I've got 16 category pads here, category buttons. And then I got a button that says part select. So with this select, I can select any of the 16 parts. I'm going to select part 15. I'm going to go to the wind category. Yeah, that's close to what I want. All right, that's close to what I want. Now, I'm going to take that. So that's my melody that I had on the quadra. All right, so that's what I had on the quadra. I'm just going to basically copy it to the new track. Bang. All right, I want to take that up an octave. You just, anyone can play. Anyone can play any instrument. It just requires practice, and you really have to want to do it. But at the same time, you have to love it. You have to really like what you're doing and enjoy it. If it's work, you know, if it feels like it's too much work, and you're not getting the enjoyment, then it's just not going to work out. The only advice I can give you is grab a beginner piano book and just get going with it. But the biggest thing is you have to enjoy it and you have to have fun with it. But anybody can play. Just start with that. Okay. And we just brought it up an octave. Now I want to hear what it's going to sound like. All right. I am hearing an organ sound, and you said Triton. I think We're going to grab a Triton. Bang. All right, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to save this performance. Okay. All right, done. So now when I power down and power this back on, it'll I'll be able to have everything. All right. There's your opening sound. All right, I want to get an organ. No, I like the M1. That's probably the one. All right. All right. I don't need the rotary on this. Now let me take a look at where that EQ is. Look where the master EQ is. Oh yeah. We have a 7 dB boost in the low end. We have a 4 dB boost in the mids and a 9.5 dB boost in the highs. Oh yeah, I've been streaming for a while. I've been working on this tune for a little while. I've also been talking about been doing a demo of Studio One here. And I also talked about trying out Cubase, which is another digital audio workstation, and my almost, I wouldn't say constant frustration, but there were a couple of things that came up today when I was working in it that were an absolute no-no. And if you go back and watch the beginning part of the stream where I was working on it, you'll see what happened. All right. I would like a chorus effect. right, I like that. Let's do a stereo chorus. I think I like the other chorus better. All right. Let me go back to camera 2. I forgot to do that so that you could see what I'm working on. Bang. There's the Triton. All right. Let's put this behind that chorus part. One more time. And I'm going to bring it up in volume a little bit so we can hear it. I like it. The other thing I like too is the clip will end right where that last note in that clip ends, so it doesn't like stretch out another bar or where you stop the recording. Okay. this over. All right. So it's getting to be about 10 minutes till 10 here on the East Coast. I am going to play through what I have right now, and then we'll call it a stream for tonight, because I got to get some sleep. All right, here we go. Have a good night, man with beard. Catch you later. So that's that. All I can tell you is you just gotta get started. Get that keyboard set up, do whatever you have to do, and just start. See if you can find somebody that can teach you. There are some beginner lessons on YouTube. I don't really recommend that. It's not the same thing as having a one-on-one relationship with a piano teacher. But I will say you've got to find the right teacher. And you've got to practice. But over and above, you have to enjoy what you do. That's number one. You have to enjoy it. And I know I've said it before, but I wouldn't be doing this right now if I didn't enjoy this. And I'm going to be 41 in a couple of weeks. I've been playing for nearly all my life. I've been playing for probably 35 plus years. I started when I was 4, maybe 5. And I'm completely self-taught. And yes, it has a little bit to do with, it has to do with talent, but it also has to do with the amount of work that you put into that. It has to do with how, it has to do with how much work you're willing to put in. And I've always liked keyboards in that I love the different sounds that I can get. That was it. It wasn't so much the playing, even though I kind of figured out I could play, and I kind of watched, I want to say it was my aunt. Like she was writing songs, like she has a gift. Like I remember being 4, sitting on her bed watching her record her original music into a 4-track, and she just did basic chords like this. But she was a songwriter first and foremost. And I want to say that that's where it started. And she had a keyboard. She had a Yamaha PSS 270, which I have one of those now. That was actually one of my first instruments. But I loved all the sounds it could get, even though it was 2-operator FM. That intrigued me more than anything else, was watching her work with a 4-track cassette recorder and then, play this keyboard as basic as it is and just get all the different sounds. Like she might have a basic piano sound on one track and then a string sound on another, but that's really where it started for me. And I kind of watched her play. I watched where she put her hands, where she put her fingers and how to make the different chords, that kind of thing. And then I pretty much kind of taught myself from there. I didn't start reading until probably high school, and it was very basic, rudimentary stuff. But over and above, I loved what I do, and I still love what I do. So that's really it. Practice, 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 but over and above, enjoy what you do. All this other stuff came along with, the playing, and it has to do with my fascination of, synthesizers and working with different keyboards and also writing my own stuff. Let me go back to the camera. Let me go back to camera 1 so I can talk. I mean, all this software is doing is it's basically recording what I'm playing. And maybe I'll do a stream where I talk about basic recording. You know what? I do this all the time. I'm moving the mouse on my MacBook, and I'm not even touching the mouse on my PC. All right. If I go in here and I maximize this, and we zoom in, and I'll zoom in even more. Let me minimize that. I'll go back to the beginning of this part so you can see what I'm doing. And I'll do one better. I'll solo it out. So this is the only thing that you're hearing. This is the Triton. That's basically what I just played. That's basically the recording of those chords that I played with that sound. And the sound is actually coming from my computer. It's coming from this, what we call a plugin. And this is the Korg Triton plugin. It's basically a software emulation of a keyboard that came out in 1999 called the Korg Triton. And I essentially have one up here. This is called the Karma, but it has the same sound engine as the Triton. So I'm not only using this software to drive internal instruments like this, but I'm also using it to drive all these other keyboards with something called MIDI. And maybe I'll do a demonstration on that at some point with an external MIDI sequencer. I don't know if anybody noticed, but I have another little box sitting on top of the SE1X synth. This is basically a MIDI patch bay, and all I'm doing is I'm using it to merge 2 keyboards so that I can play with 88 keys, or I can play with the synth over here. And that's all that is. So all this software is doing is it's driving all of this stuff around me, and it's also driving some sounds within the computer. But again, it takes practice, You have to want to learn how to use this, but most importantly, you have to enjoy what you do. So, on that note, I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream for tonight. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And thank you to everybody that might be watching this on catch up or on replay later. I hate this part, but I'll do it anyway. If you like what you've seen on the stream, or if you've liked any of the reviews that I've done on various keyboards and synthesizers and things, be sure to click the like button. And if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And if you want to get alerts when I go live again, click the bell icon, which is your notification icon, and you will be alerted every time I go live. I don't have a set schedule. Oh yeah, you're so welcome. I don't have a set schedule for live streaming because I'm so busy doing other things, other activities. I'm a worship leader at my church on Sundays and also throughout the week. I also run the live stream for that, and I also help run sound and anything that my church needs. I also teach music. I help teach music at the school. So where I live in a building that also houses my church as well as a Christian school. So I help teach music, and I also teach a couple of beginner piano lessons throughout the week. And I play in 3 other bands off to the side, so I'm extremely busy. But when I have time to live stream, I will go ahead and live stream. So if you want to know when I go live, be sure to subscribe to my channel and click the bell icon, the notification icon, and you will be notified every time I go live. So until next time, thank you so much for tuning in, and have a very good night. Take care.